Okay, so I got a 16-hour shift today, and we just had gotten done with a 12-hour gaming session not too long ago, or I don't know when it ended, but it was a while ago. But we had a org member that transported cargo for us the other day and wasn't able to sell it or whatever, so we're gonna see if we can get on and fix that real quick. Okay. This baby tonight. Fuck. Super protein. Damn right. That's exactly what I'd have in my room. Where's the gym, bitch? Early in the morning. Around like crack of dawning. Going to the gym like what's up? Wake up early in the morning, around the crack of dawning. Wave to my neighbors like what's up?
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Vehicle selected. Stand by. Your vehicle has been delivered. Please visit.
God, that looks ridiculous. Holy shit.
Welcome to Robert Space Industries. Enjoy the ride. System check.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Engines are on. Quantum fuel is at 100%. Takeoff complete. Landing gear raised.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay. Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System. Please visit us again.
don't know. Things just keep getting weirder and weirder. I get messaged at 12 a.m. about coming on to pick up these boxes and stuff that we couldn't sell so we can get money into the org. I get up, I come on, and then they leave, you know? See if I have any armor stashed here. Oh yeah, we have this. It's alright looking. Still like this cape.
Smart buy.
Shut up, ho.
I think you're going to be happy with that. Nice choice. Smart buy. Good purchase.
up? Just fucking
Main
around with
server
some
again.
armor that I found. Trying to make a good look with the cape.
Where are you at right now?
In the Galleria. Just sitting. You want me to go to your hangar?
Yeah, we got a big enough hangar.
Trying to decide if I like the Duster helmet or not for this. But
I don't remember what that one looks like.
yeah, it's just the Duster arms are kind of cool, and the Duster helmet's all
I
right.
know that the core has the little cape. I don't remember what the rest looks like though.
Well, they have a legendary set that's kind of but like I can make my dude look a little slimmer and have more lights and stuff, which looks all right. The regular arms are kind of yeah, I mean I can stream it if you want, but the I'm trying to make a cool looking armor set with a cape because it's the only thing I've seen with a cool cape. And then
Yeah,
you know, but then part of me wants to separate the armor and find make like two sets out of one set because I'm a little iffy on. I don't want it to just be like standard basic looking, but like they got a different arm thing on there. But I'm thinking these these Calco defensive desert arms, and that gives it more of a kind of, I don't know. It's
I don't like
simple
the
in the
helmet.
middle. You don't like this?
I don't like the helmet.
Oh yeah. See, I'm iffy on it because like the helmet kind of works, but then they have like this desert helmet, but it's kind of
Yeah,
so-so. And
I'm
then
not a big fan of that helmet
you
either.
got this like regular like kind of infantry
Yeah,
helmet, which is okay, I guess. And then they got like this thing, which is I
I
don't
think that
know.
one looks good out of the.
And they got the kind of the standard helmet that I usually use on stuff,
Yeah,
which I think this one's all right too. It's medium armor though,
right.
but I don't know. I think the regular one's all right, but um, maybe like
I
ADP
like the
arms. You can do
horns.
like tan ADP arms instead. That more kind of basic look.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I think those ones look better.
don't know if there's a different. There's not very many like EVA rated duster helmets. That's kind of a problem. But I could always use like a different helmet in total. But it's kind
Yeah.
of. I don't really have that many helmets and stuff to choose from here, to be honest. But um, I don't know. But yeah, I was gonna pop these arms on something else and try to make a separate set with the arms. But it's just like when you're running around, this cape, man, it's so good. The
Yeah. That's not even the one I was thinking of.
yeah,
I
there's
was thinking of the one that has the little half cape.
oh yeah. I don't mind that armor either, but it's not EVA rated. I was wearing that the other day, and then I was being a turret gunner in someone's ship, and I kept suffocating every time I was in
Yeah.
there. But those arms, I kind of like the arms that originally come with it, but they have like a like cloth that like actually there's something there. They have like cloth that are like wrapped around.
Yeah.
Uh,
I
yes.
think that's cool, too.
I don't know if it mixes. I think I tried to use it with duster armor. Like regular duster armor is clothing, and then this armor is separate. So I don't think they let it like match up. I don't.
Right.
But it's just we've been talking about kind of like if we tried to do uniforms and stuff in the org or something like what it would be like, and we kind of like mesh heads a little bit on it because basically the ranks are kind of weird. But I wanted to like give people items for like progressing through the org, so I thought like maybe the thug rank, like the entry level, would be like people can just kind of use whatever they want, and then if you get to like a soldier rank, we'd end up giving them like a zoo suit, which is like good for all kinds of weather conditions and stuff. It's not like the best, but it's like
Yeah.
medium and everything. And then
Need to get that.
if you get to basically you get patched, we get you a different colored zoo suit, and then Enforcer, we get those Tavaran war dress uniforms maybe, and then
I sent you a party invite.
oh, that's
I
from.
get to my hangar. It's the large hangar.
But yeah, he was wanting to have stuff for people that are lower ranks to like wear, and
Yeah.
I don't know. I know people like wearing their own stuff at some point. I was basically just making the ranks like the better org crafted gear we would give to the guys who are online more often, and people who are online more often get the higher ranks to like.
Yeah.
This might be lag. I don't know. Stuck in here. Try a different elevator. It's crazy though, cause like they got some cool armors like this, and it's tan, and like I never would have seen myself wearing tan. Um, but like the armor doesn't look terrible, so I'm open to it. But then like you don't really have that many tan colored ship paints. Like if you're gonna
Yeah.
have a like there's some for like the Valkyrie, I think.
That one I just sent you is the one I want to get a hold of. But I don't have a subscription, so probably not going to happen.
Oh, what is it? Zeus Solar. Yeah, those are the Zeus suits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Same color as my ship.
It's something I've been wanting as well. Like that's my plan is if we had enough people, and I really thought, like, I feel like we're just going to be able to craft those suits in game and make better versions. But like, even like 50 suits is like $600 or $700. You know, it's
Yeah.
and
So if you send this down, it'll be in your cargo area.
yeah, I think Grimhex is just simpler if it lets you sell there.
You should be able to sell it all here.
Yeah,
I
but
just,
like if you transport it, then just if Grimhex will buy it, it's I don't know, because like
oh,
flying all the way over here would kind of suck.
yeah.
But
Well, I was already here, so.
oh no, I'm just saying like if we were doing like a cargo run and then you had to fly all the way here, then like I would have to like get off that ship, come over here,
Yeah.
come and mess with the elevator. They need to fix their elevators and shit.
That's been since 4 years at least.
Yeah. See, I like that armor that you got on, sort of. I usually like, I've been mixing, like, taking off the arms and putting the ADP arms on there.
Yeah.
And, like, ADP on the legs. But, like, I want to make a set with, like, these legs on it. But they kind of remind me of the Zeus suits a little bit.
Yeah.
They got red
Almost
ones here as
a
well.
bomb suit.
Oh, bomb suit, yeah.
Almost.
That's like the camo and stuff that's on it. And, like, the
Yeah.
thing. But
This is the stool color, so.
I've been doing that woodland. I don't know exactly what color it is with that armor, but like the woodland ADP matches the kind of the greenish camouflage that's on some of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I had upgraded my arrow before the update. I was testing it out, but I want to run ballistics more than the lasers, but
Yeah. It seems like I was gonna swap the lasers on the or the ballistics on the top out. But it seems like they're better than the size 1 lasers, so I didn't do it.
yeah, size
When
1
I tested
lasers are
the
kind
video.
of ass. People told me
Well,
basically basically a lot of people are doing like MDB, I guess, 30 on the main guns and then like ballistic cannons on the top guns. I'm thinking, you know, you either go ballistics with ballistic cannons, like full ballistic loadout, or you go laser primaries with distortion secondaries. Because like if you're in atmosphere and you're able to get through their shields and then distort them, they'll just crash. So I think like that would work against a Hornet or something. Because some of
yeah.
those, like, I really like the ballistic repeaters, but they don't do shit versus armor. It seems like it just bounces right off. But I don't know if like size 1 distortions would work on a hammerhead or anything. All right, so 70k, 770. Oh, can't sell that apparently.
Let's see.
There you go. All right. I was have to tell Mustang everything got sold the other day. I gave Mustang a lot the other day, so. And the guys we were with today, like, I sold the stuff that I farmed the other day, and then split it with them so they can try to get a ship, because they only had, like, well, they didn't have any money when they joined, but now they're, like, close to $1 million, so.
Nice.
It's just farming on one reclaimer just takes a while. I still feel like getting 3 reclaimers going at the same time and just going out there crunching shit and then just bringing it back and selling it off instantly would just be faster.
Yeah.
But yeah, what y'all guys gonna be doing?
Probably run the arrow and the vulture, or the Zeus and the vulture.
Okay.
Probably the Zeus and the vulture.
Yeah, I can spawn my arrow and fly around for a little bit. The what you call it? I probably have to make myself lay back down before, but I always end up like waking up way before work and then staying up and then being up for like 30 hours the first day, so it's kind of...
Yeah.
Where the fuck is a gear terminal? That's the real question here. Just go to the hangar. But yeah, we had some guys from, there's a dude that I used to play Tarkov with. His name's Alpha or whatever, basically. But he just does like a lot of competitive shooting games and stuff now. And we're trying to convince some of them to, because they have like a big group that's been playing shooter games for a long time. Getting some of them to come over here. But the
broken.
yeah.
There we go. That one's not.
But they got 2 of them over here that played with us today. But it's just like there isn't a ton of exciting stuff to do all the time. That's the thing that's keeping a lot of them from like joining.
Yeah.
Okay, well that went to the wrong elevator. But, I mean, this works too.
Vehicles.
So I want to see what this Defiance core looks like. Desert with the Duster arms.
Why does that let me store this shit?
I don't know. I don't really like that, to be honest.
Doesn't let me store this fucking C2. It just keeps coming right back up. I don't think there are any bodies in there. Oh, look at that. A bunch of cargo again.
What?
Nice.
Let's pop that on. Get rid of some of these armor pieces that I don't need. I feel like there should be something like, I don't know, like the legs are heavy armor, but they look almost kind of like a base military like greave or something. But there's not a... I need to find a good desert chest to go with it. I don't know. Let's let that on. Oh, your ship's all fucked up.
Yeah. The C2 does that. It's really irritating. Take this stuff off and sell it at the... They're loaded on the Zeus and sell it.
Space trucking.
Yeah, he has the Andromeda.
Yeah, Andromeda was one of my first ships too. I really like it, but the gas gets me every time. Fucking run out of gas. So many missiles though. That's why I still feel like, you know, if you had like a Starfarer and then like 4 Andromedas, that's I don't know, like 500 SCU, and then you'd have 4 snub ships, 200 and something missiles, bunch of size 5 guns.
Yeah.
Be crazy. I don't think I even have any tools or anything.
I got a bunch of weevil eggs.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll
I
buy
don't
those
know.
here or not. Usually
No,
at
they
breaker
don't.
yards. Should
But
sell
I
for a
gotta
good
get
bit
off.
though.
Unload all this shit into the cargo elevator and store this ship. Looks like 5 SCU of eggs.
Yeah, that ship rocking back and forth is kind of annoying.
Yeah, it's really irritating.
I wonder if that has to do with their like their...
So what happened is they broke the rear landing gear. So the rear landing gear just bottomed out as soon
Gotcha.
as you land. And it didn't used to. So now the front ramp is lifted, I don't know, 6 or 10 feet off the ground. And the back ramp digs into the ground because the rear landing gear is just collapsing. So they broke the ship, basically.
Yeah. I thought it might be because they had maybe started working on the what you call it, the weight system or whatever for cargo, but I guess not.
Yeah.
It's supposed to add mass to your ship and you can't take off eventually. Or whatever.
Welcome to the ASOP Vehicle Retrieval System.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's the only thing that I can think of that would be a benefit to having a
Welcome
Kraken
to the ASOP
over like a
Vehicle Retrieval
warship.
System.
Because since it doesn't have as much armor, it might be able to hold more cargo and still take off and land.
Vehicle
But
selected. Stand by.
still, it's
Your vehicle has been delivered to the following. Please visit us again.
I do
Goodbye.
have my cutlass. Yeah, I'll use the
So
cutlass.
all this cargo was invisible yesterday when I
Vehicle
was
selected. Stand
bringing
by.
the stuff.
Mm.
Your vehicle has been delivered
So
to
I
the
loaded it on to bring it up here, and like everywhere where this cargo was, it wouldn't let me drop anything.
That's weird.
Yeah.
See, we had the other day at Grim, it was like unloaded everything, and then I had stuff on the ships, and then it would it'd say there's like a transition failure or something every time we tried to sell stuff. And that one ship still does it. I got like 2 million SU of cargo or whatever on that one reclaimer, and it's stuck on there right now.
Jeez. Pick it up. So these atlases are kind of irritating to use.
Yeah, they're slow. You need to like set them on a ground vehicle and drive them around or something. That's gonna be the future. Or like put them in the back of a, what would it be? I don't know, like a Connie or something. Something that opens up.
What's this? They lift up and hit stuff. They do the like auto cargo thing.
Yeah. Oh shit, I still got guns on here.
It is very fast though. So there's a benefit to it. I just wish it was like a toggle.
Yeah, I still
You
want to
go
try
from
and stick
auto
some of
to-
those on the reclaimer because there's like those gaps in between the cargo grids, and you got the salvage deck that you could just fill with atlases, but just put like 2 on there, and then put them on the back elevator, lower the back elevator, and then you could scoop up cargo from the back of the reclaimer like super easy. Maybe. But I'm still split on that ship because I would say like you get 2 or 3 reclaimers, you just run through, you crush everything, you'd make so much cargo so quick, and you could just store it, and like you can bring like 1 million in a piece pretty easily. But like the other day, like when we weren't caring about the cargo grid and I was just stacking boxes in there, we had so much shit, it was just piled all the way to the fucking roof, and I didn't even have like half of that thing full. And then when you're ejecting, it's just do 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 do, just massive amounts of cargo just going out. It was I don't know. Like I feel like if you had a solid crew on a reclaimer, you could do a lot of cargo. It's just the hole scraping, you know. It's the hole scraping takes too long.
Yeah.
But if those salvage drones and stuff are like hole scraping drones, then maybe it would be better. Get like 2 or 4 of those, and then 2 main lasers. But let's see if I have a bounty thing over here. Yeah, a lot of these mercenary bounty missions we did the other day were bugged.
They were what?
They were bugged. They weren't
Oh yeah. If that was
Why is there...
stopping.
They have bounties in the mercenary tab.
I don't know.
ERTs and stuff here. Mercenary tab. Defend sites. Neutralize outlaw incursions. See, but it has an HRT mercenary bounty here.
I don't see that one.
Tracked associates to 8 HDPC Fairway on Hurston. Strong chance that Farish will not risk a confrontation unless forced to it.
That's probably a bunker mission.
Large party of hostiles are currently near the exterior zone 2. That's weird though, because it's an HRT mercenary bounty. I didn't have this many missions the other day. Clear wreck site of hostiles. I don't know. I might try these real quick. Because I need to get the ground FPS mission things like leveled up so that we can try and get some FPS players in before 4.0. Because that's it's hard to like an FPS player. You bring them in and you're like, oh yeah, we can do all kinds of crazy stuff, and then you have like beginner missions and there isn't shit for people to do.
You are clear to launch.
STARCRAFT.
Yeah, as soon as 4.0 gets here though, like cargo and escorting, I think is going to be kind of popping off.
Yeah. So we have somewhere to go.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see like what kind of groups form from that, because it's kind of like
Please visit again.
the guys that like I want to do gas and stuff for us, like all they're running are Starfarer and like gas stuff, but then it's like if they team up with a group of people hauling cargo, you have more guns, more protection.
Yeah.
And then you can sell fuel to the cargo ships. It's what the fuck is going on here? Oh, okay. But that's the thing with this game is like there's just too much for me to like manage everything for like I wouldn't mind doing some gas stuff or some cargo hauling, but like I can't do that and do ground missions and try to like find loot and everything else. Like you gotta they're like building everything where you gotta like focus on one thing pretty much, it seems like.
Yeah.
I just finding the crafting blueprints is gonna be hard enough.
Yeah, I'm wondering how that's gonna
Quantum
go.
drive is now off.
Hopefully a lot of them you can just like earn through the story missions, but
I said linked to rep also.
yeah.
So
Yeah, so like the Banu Merchantman and stuff's probably rep, I would assume. But like I don't know. Part of me's like, because I already know I got to go down the military chain to unlock like the ballista blueprints and stuff. But part of me is almost like, if you wanted to be a miner or whatever,
yeah,
you could just buy the mining ships and then not worry about earning the reputation, and then you could focus on something else in game if you wanted to. But it's like
medical supplies are not worth
Quantum
it.
drive is now on.
so I'm probably going to focus more on repair, I guess, but it's I don't even know how good of a gameplay loop that's going to be. Like, I don't know if it's going to be interesting.
Quantum drive is now off.
Because, like, mining and salvage are, like, the two, it seems like the two, like, general money makers. Like you have salvage is kind of combat, mining's kind of passive, I guess, and then like medical and repair are kind of like the support functions for like different things. But like cargo's always been a moneymaker in like any MMO. But I guess that's a support function.
Quantum drive is now on.
It's kind of both, I guess.
Quantum
It's
drive is now off.
because it could be hostile, it could be passive. It's support, but it's also not at the same time because you could be transporting like ships and vehicles.
Yeah.
Quantum drive is now on.
I don't want to buy the rest of it. That's what it is.
Yeah. But even what I'm doing, like I'm gonna have to have cargo people as well, like even just for general gameplay, like I keep thinking of it like cargo is just gonna be people on their ships, you know, flying
Quantum
cargo
drive
around.
is now off.
But it's also like even if you're on the ground with like spaceships, you gotta move around like ammunition and supplies, medical stuff, food and water. Loading SCU just on a ship in general, you know, like the Kraken has like 3,700 SCU of cargo space. Like managing that's going to be a pain in the ass. It's
Yeah.
Man. And then like when base building comes in, you find the resources, build the bases. You're gonna have to manage all the fuses, repair all the buildings. You have to move cargo in between the buildings and like wherever you're storing it at. Like.
Contact.
Ooh, combat mission, apparently. Server is taking a dump right now, though.
Let's see. One of these elevators will work.
Missile locked.
Go 4 kilometers, 4 to 3 maybe.
Jesus. Let me out.
Missile locked. Missile locked.
Damn, I don't have all my shit set up. This is why you need a co-pilot right here.
Yeah.
Where's all my power at? Tractor beam has power for some reason. Max weapons. It looks like you can't even like fully max out all your weapons until like maybe those are for turrets.
How do I have shields and weapons when I'm flame mode?
Shield system is hit. Congratulations. Target is destroyed.
God damn, the lag, man.
cargo is there. Not telling me. Telling.
Congratulations. Target is destroyed.
God damn. This is tearing some shit up, actually. That's crazy.
Which one are you in?
I'm in the Cutlass, but basically I moved the laser guns that I had on my arrow onto the Cutlass, and then I put my ballistic repeaters that I like on it.
Nice.
These MDB-30s or whatever aren't too bad. That's what they said to use on the arrow, because it's apparently got good DPS or something.
Why is nothing attaching to the grid? Is the server dying?
I mean, it's fucking up a good bit.
I can't get anything attached to this elevator grid. Everything's just fucking flying. I have to go to a different server. And these boxes won't snap in.
I'm still not sold on the whole right-click thing. I understand, like, in the turret, right-clicking and zooming, but, like, when I'm in the pilot seat, I really don't care that much about it.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Target is destroyed.
Cool. Alright. See if there's anything good on these, I guess, real quick. Owner, Ninetales, so they got that working now. No cargo. That's what's hard with all this, is because, like, no matter what you do, like, any mission with ships, like, salvage makes money. It's salvage money right there. There's a ton of
Yeah.
passengers on that.
And I'll get it figured out eventually.
Yeah, I figure in the future they'll probably move a lot of, like, I think in Stanton it's gonna just be like a bunch of small, like, prospectors and fighters and shit, and they're gonna move all the bigger ships to the other systems. It'll force all the reclaimers to have to, like, move out, go and find bigger prey, and then vultures would be in Stanton.
Yeah.
Somebody has a Zeus down here. Just don't know when my lights don't work in here. I don't know how to... They changed something.
Landing gear down.
There's a gun right there. What is there a gun right there for?
Alright, game. What do we got? Only got 2 mags. That's why I'm still split on the Cutlass versus like the Cutlass Steel as well, because Cutlass, you still got 6 seats back here and you get cargo. So with 2 of them, you get, you know, 12 seats, you know, plus however many you put inside. Steel, though, you get, I think, bigger missiles or more missiles, more armor, I think, more
Yeah.
side guns. It's like, I think it has like size 3 like stuck missiles. I still don't know how effective those side gunner turrets are going to be. Like landing in something like this, it'd be nice. I think the rear turret's probably the biggest benefit of it because it has like a size 3 rear turret, and that means like you basically have most of your firepower in both directions on the ship instead of just the front.
The Cutlass Steel, yeah. I think that's it. I mean, it's decent. It's a drop ship.
Yeah. But I think you can fit 2 of them in the same space. You can fit 1 Valkyrie, so you're looking at like 25 people in a Cutlass Steel. So you can get 50 instead of the Valkyrie's at like 20 to 30, maybe.
Yeah. Can you still fit a ground vehicle in the back with that many people on the Cutlass Steel?
No, it doesn't have cargo grids or ground vehicle stuff, but I don't know if it's like you don't always need a ground vehicle. That's why I'm kind of iffy on it because like the Kraken, for example, you have 2 medium pads. I could put 2 vehicles or 2 Valkyries there,
Yeah.
which could haul, you know, Ursa Rovers or whatever. You could probably put 4 Constellations there, which can haul, you know, Ursa Rovers and stuff, and that's probably good. But you could also put like 4 Cutlasses, you know. So it's like, is it good to have 2 Valkyries, or is it better to have like 1 Valkyrie and 2 Cutlasses or 2 Connies? And
Yeah.
that's where I'm kind of like split on it, you know. And but the Valkyrie can move cargo and people and stuff all at the same time. The Cutlass can kind of do the same, but like, do I need the extra armor and the extra side turret guns with a base Cutlass for the Cutlass Steel? I'm not sure if I do or not, you know. It doesn't seem like it's gonna. I'm not sure how I'm not dead right now. Doesn't even say that I'm hurt, and I don't even have armor on.
That's not a fit.
Cool. That's why I'm very split on the armor stuff as well. Like heavy armor is still like everyone runs it, but I feel like eventually people are gonna get on to the medium to light armor train.
Well, eventually armor will actually mean something.
Yeah. Well, it's like, but even right now, like the movement speed is lower, so it's like, yeah, like you can get away with not wearing, or with wearing heavy armor, but like you move twice as fast just like in clothing, and then eventually when you get like sniper rifles and, you know, more powerful calibers, if you're able to pop a shot and damage someone in heavy armor, cripple them or anything, they're going to be moving so slow. You're just going to run
Yeah.
circles around them. But like in a direct fight, you know, heavy armor seems like it'd be the best, like on spaceships and stuff like that.
Right.
Um,
Well, eventually you get, like, you won't be able to wear armor in seats.
yeah, that's true as well. Well, they said,
So
you get penaltied for wearing it. Like you could in CitizenCon they said if you had heavy armor, you wouldn't be able to like control your ship as well or something.
yeah,
But yeah, I'm still seeing how they do it. I don't know why it won't let me stick any of these guys' armor on. That's really annoying. Got to strip down right here and then put everything on before I die. Fuck. I need their ammo. Okay. So let's drag this guy. I'm wondering what the specialized armors are gonna do. Because like that's a big debate that I've had with Mustang a lot right now is because like I don't know if you ever played StarCraft, but I was trying to do the armor system like StarCraft, and that Zeus armor is the most StarCraft looking armor that there is really right now.
yeah,
And in that game they have kind of like a white medic armor that like people wear when you make a
yeah,
medical unit. And but I was like, if they do a specialized medical armor set, the Zeus might not be able to do it as well, and then you're gonna have to get rid of it anyway.
right.
Combat knife. I guess certain armors are only compatible with certain suits. It's kind of crazy. Come on, pick it up. That's the other thing, the freaking animations in this game. God damn. That's gonna get you killed in combat more than anything else. It like, if we ever get into a big fight, carry everything on you. Like we're not doing animations. You're gonna get murdered so
Yeah.
fucking fast. Okay. I'm actually surprised though. Like I got shot at quite a bit there, and I didn't take any damage without any armor on. I can see people in the future though getting mad because like unlike other MMOs, like being able to lose your gear, I don't know how people are gonna take that. Like Tarkov players and stuff like that a lot. MMO
Yeah.
players hate losing their like they like looking awesome. Alright, that's their whole thing. They like showing off, and if they can lose that, man. So I mean, I hope CIG keeps some of their stuff though, because I don't think it's gonna be like a super hardcore shooter like everyone thought it was gonna like head towards, and now it's like it's gonna be more of an MMO. So like just keeping some of that element's gonna be good. This recon armor actually doesn't look too bad. I never wear it though because it's light. Chest piece looks kind of weird though.
Contact. Engines online. Landing gear up.
Contract accepted. Mercenary. HRT track. I wonder if they're gonna put timers on missions in the future, because like if there's like 500 people that want to do the same mission over one area, and then like
Yeah.
someone goes AFK for like 40 minutes with it selected, and you're just
Well, it seems like they're working on instanced stuff.
yeah, I don't know how people feel about that either. You know, like a lot of MMOs do it, but like it's going from
I
that
think
hardcore
wired.
sim.
I don't think they can avoid it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you probably could. It just people would troll you is why they have to set it in, because like otherwise like people are just gonna like camp areas all the time. But I mean, you could always just make that part of the game. But like, even then, it's like if you do an instant content, where are you popping out at? Because people could camp you there too, you know. Like,
Yeah.
because they said instance fleet battles, so you could go in with your org or whatever and do an instance fleet battle, and then like imagine you just pop out of space and there's an org just waiting for you. Just,
Yeah.
they got
Quantum drive is now
scout
on.
ships everywhere, just waiting for someone to pop out of that mission zone. But if they make everything too safe, then things will just be too easy, and then it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
I'm really wondering how the
Quantum drive is
ship
now
system's gonna
off.
work, because like a long time ago they said it wouldn't be hard to earn ships in game, and now like we're seeing that, you know, the insurance kind of isn't a big deal. It kind of is, kind of isn't, kind of depends. But like you see in CitizenCon, like some of those citizenships you can just the civilian manufacturers you can just buy with straight money, so you don't really have to unlock them. It doesn't seem like, and that's kind of, I don't know, like how like even earning a military ship, like how hard is it for an org to earn a military ship? You know, it's just like
Yeah.
you go and you do the military storyline, and then you you level up and you unlock it. I guess you get the reputation up.
Well, I mean, there's also going to be 5 tiers of ship, so
Yeah,
that's something to consider.
to craft though, I mean that's, you know, like yeah, once people get
I mean,
blueprints
the reason to
unlocked
craft.
and you got people manufacturing like military ships, like you just go and buy a military ship off of them.
Right.
It's like, I don't know. And then I think honestly, like a lot of the ships that we
Landing
have now,
gear
like
down.
they probably won't even be the best ships, because we got 100 more systems to go. We probably got like an unknown alien race to discover. We still got alien ships coming out.
Yeah.
It's like they're gonna make something that's better down the road, and like lock it behind something.
I mean, they have to.
Yeah. I wonder if they're ever going to get to that stage with like legendary gear like every other MMO. Like they just keep
I
putting a
really hope
higher
not.
tier, higher tier. You keep having to push up and craft.
I hope they don't do that.
That's why I want like I don't know, like laser weapons. I feel like they should have a higher manufacturing ceiling, you know, because they're like they never run out of ammo or anything. So being able to make them super good makes sense to me. But
Right.
people should be able to make ballistics and compete, you know. Like ballistics should be like the cheap man's like if you got the logistics for it, if you got the ammunition, ballistics should just like stomp the shit out of laser guns. Because that would make it to where like big orgs they would have to like run ballistics and keep their organization like flowing and stuff, and then people that are more exploration or by themselves can get really advanced laser guns and kind of defend themselves, but they wouldn't
Hello and
be
welcome aboard your
the
dream
best in like a
interplanetary
war
craft.
zone.
Your systems
Yeah.
are online.
Like some of these ships, I kind of wonder, like the Orion, that mining laser, is it going to be able to cut an Idris in half? Like these are questions, because that's a big ass laser.
Right.
And you see that that ship from the Squadron 42 demo that like cut the it was either an Idris or a Javelin. It like straight up cut it in half.
Invited him to the voice channel.
All right. Yeah, we had to fix this today because we tried to get all those people in, and we didn't have anywhere to stick them. So
Yeah.
this Mustang apparently is very I don't know. He's very like interview focused or something. Are you fucking enemy? I wish they had combat landing on the ground. They need to like eventually do what Tarkov does in the game.
I haven't played Tarkov.
You don't like Tarkov?
I've never played it.
Oh. It's a pretty solid. It's probably one of the best shooter games, like just like realism wise, because like even the best armor in that game, because basically there's players on there that'll say they're like the best players. They force people to wear the best armor, so like millions of dollars in gear. But if you're good at the game, you can beat those guys because it's all about just aim. There's always a weak spot. You can shoot through the armor. So there's bullets that have armor penetration that just straight up can one-tap people with gear on. Then you have like the armor is physicalized, so like if there's a gap in it, you can actually shoot underneath it and one-tap people through the gaps. And then like the armor also has like physics. So like if a bullet hits it, like your face mask or whatever, it can bounce off and like ricochet and like crack your visor. But like if a bullet comes in at a certain angle, it'll bounce off people's helmets and it can like hit people in the background and stuff. So like everything's like super realistic in that sense.
Are you talking about Tarkov?
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
But like the movement is kind of like they have like if you have a lot of weight, you have like inertia, so you can't like run all crazy. They have like a whole bunch of different angles that you can like lean, you can ground lean, like you can lay on the ground and like lean sideways. There's a lot of stuff that I like with that game.
Alan, if you want to see any gameplay of it, I have a video of me taking out like one of the bosses and all of its guards. They have like bosses on the map, and you can kind of see like a little bit of everything in the game. It's like me patching myself up, using the combat system. It's a pretty fun game.
Yeah, has
I've seen someone play it before.
broken bones and stuff.
I'm not super interested in PvP stuff.
Yeah, I mean, but like the AI and stuff in that game is also pretty good. So I mean, it's
Oh,
just
the AI on that game is too good. There's some AI where it's not even realistic.
yeah. Well, I mean, a lot of like AI usually like in every game they have timers. So like in Tarkov, like basically you just kind of set behind something for a little bit and try to get them to reset. If you peek your head out too fast, they'll just one tap you right in the face. And Star Citizen already kind of has the same thing. I just don't know how big the timer is. Oh, you better fucking not shoot at me.
Yeah. Hey, Alan, I just ended up stopping by and depositing my RMC.
All right.
Yeah, that way, we could have a full kind of thing.
God, Star Citizen's problem is their fucking buildings and shit. Like you'll be aiming through a grate or whatever, like these railings, and like it'll hit the railing, and then they'll, or like it's like you're shooting through it, but it hits it for some reason, and then the people underneath you can shoot right through it.
Yeah.
But I like the idea because like a few years ago they showed off basically like suppressive fire, where if like people are shooting at an NPC, they'll like take cover, and that's something that Tarkov doesn't really have that I remember, which would be kind of cool to have.
Have you played it with since they had the new edition, like where you could like run marathons?
No, I haven't. I left like before Streets of Kharkov. It was like Lighthouse and all that hit.
Yeah. Oh, but like before Lighthouse or before like Lighthouse had the what do you call it? The like they added onto it.
I don't know what they added on. I know they had the Lighthouse and they had the thing. People were going there, and then they said that Streets of Tarkov was coming, and then I left right before that. But
Yeah.
I just like the game to me was just too easy. I guess it was like after you get a bunch of money, there wasn't really any reason to play. And
No, dude, not well, I feel like with Wipe there's so much you can do. It's like with Hideout or like getting labs cards, like getting those, $20 million cards or like going for like the T7s.
yeah, I just
I
never
think
cared about any of that. That's me. I've never been like a high end like loot guy or anything like that. I just care about like tactics and winning and all of that. I don't care. Like I go to labs and usually I'd be the guy like watching people. Like basically I'd watch their back, make sure no one snuck up on them, help them with shit. But I never got any loot or money out of it. It's just
yeah.
it's
Tarkov was one of the first games I played when I got back into like PC gaming. I've probably got like 5 wipes under my belt, like full wipes of like playing start to finish. And then this most recent one, I got up to like 2 levels away from Flea, and I just kind of gave it up. Actually, 4-star citizen, which is kind of funny.
I mean it's good. When I was there at oh fuck, what? There's a player up there or something.
Oh, hey, Ellen, I was gonna ask, are you ready to do HRT?
Yeah, just a second.
Okay, cool.
I just need to go to this reclamation disposal site. Damn it. Fuck.
Like when I played Tarkov, I had an old PC kind of like I do now with Star Citizen, and I was only getting like 10 frames per second, and I had a whole deal where I was making strategies for like playing with crappy frame rates, and I fucked people up so hard in that game because people are so fucking loot focused. So it's just like a chess match. You just run over there, you poke them, you like cripple their leg, make it such a pain in the ass for them to try and play the game, and then you just like finish them off when they try to extract and shit. And I had like a 87 to 90% survival rate with like a 7 or 8 KDA. But like I could tell how many people were on the map from my frames. Like I would be up like 14 or something, and then like it would drop or it would increase, and then I would be like, yeah, there's like somebody still on this map. It's kind
Well,
of
I think there's always people on the maps because of scavs.
Yeah, they have timers though. I don't know. Is this some of maps are different? They changed the timers. It used to be like 12 to 15 minutes, I think. But like interchange or something, for example, like don't just like camp people, but go out there and just like set and wait around one of the extracts and time it, and you'll see a pattern. Like interchange, it was always like 30, 31 minutes. So they would run from one side to the loot across the map over 31 minutes or whatever it was, and they would get out before like the scavs would pop up. And so
I don't know.
like
I feel like with interchange, I'd more watch the spawns because good like more than half the people spawn outside of the actual the mall. So if you just know where everybody else spawns at, you can just kind of go for them.
yeah,
Or I
I'm
don't know if you're
just
familiar with like the caches. If you watch caches outside too, because I feel like they nerfed caches, I think, a little bit. But
yeah.
prior to that, if you were able to watch caches, you could
Yeah, but
yeah.
I'm not talking about like camping the stuff though. I'm just saying like it so like you spawn on one side of the map, just run to the other side of the map or set at your spawn or whatever and just wait. And then you just do that like 10, 12 times, you'll see like the time that people extract and it's constant. It's always the same. They do the same route almost every fucking time they play and you'll see it, or at least they used to, but you'll see it, and then you'll have that time in your head. So you know, I spawn over here, they spawn over there, they're coming this way, in this amount of time, and then you can there's routes to like cut them off before they can get to their loot point on the other side. So you can fight them 3 or 4 times before they can even extract. And as if you're not focused on loot, you can just slowly wear them down and kill them even in the best gear and take what they got. Okay, I gotta get out of here. These guys are nuts. God damn it, game.
What is this place at?
Oh, there's a fucking player here. Oh no, no, that ain't alright. Thought I was going insane for a second.
Trying to go to the reclamation yard. There's 78,000 different little triangles here.
But I did hear that they had the offline mode on Tarkov now. That sounds like I guess a lot of people like it, but I mean that sounds dumb to me. Like everyone that I knew that was playing
It's
that game, they're all like,
it's
"Yeah, just come do offline." I was like,
no, it's more for just learning the map or for like just doing quests, like figuring out quest locations,
"Yeah."
without yeah.
But they have offline mode for the online thing where you're by yourself, right? They have like
Yeah,
the
yeah. It's pretty much just like a PvE mode where it's like you can play with your friends,
yeah,
but the only people you're fighting, you can play with your friends or by yourself, but the only people that you're fighting are the AI or like the bosses.
yeah. I mean, I guess it's good for practice, but I mean, it just seems kind of
It's just for people who don't want to have like the constant PvP. Plus, also I feel like there's like still like a good amount of hacking in Tarkov. Like I feel like as with more popularity, the game got more hackers, people who will like just like hack so that they can sell kits online, which
yeah.
is
That's every game.
so
I hope Star Citizen can stop that, honestly, but
I don't think there's are there really hackers in Star Citizen?
I've had people say there are, but I haven't really ran into anything that I could say it is.
Yeah,
So,
it isn't PvP heavy enough to like really need that,
well, the
or
thing
to
is that the game can be so like imagine like in the future you go to Pyro, you spend 2 hours loading up your ship or whatever, you go over there and then you just get fucking obliterated by some guy who's like invincibility or he has like 100% accuracy, you know. Like it's going to be way more punishing if somebody cheats on this game.
Yeah, but I think with flight games, I think it would be difficult to have a perfect like targeting system. It's not like you could have like, for example, with Tarkov, like it's walls. You know, people have like wall hacks. You know,
Yeah,
Tarkov's not even aim hacks. It's all like wall hacks and like wall bang people.
throwing
But I think in
grenades through
like
walls.
yeah, but I think with the I don't know ship combat game, I think it'd be a little different.
Well, they say the
Thankfully,
replication layer is supposed to help, but it's also like it isn't only ship combat, like yeah, FPS, because in the future ships aren't just going to explode. You're going to have people like boarding your ship and stuff. So all it's going to take is like one guy with like a super aimbot just destroy your whole squad. But like since the game isn't really um they kind of made you bullet spongy a little bit. It's kind of harder to just like solo carry your team because how the gunplay is, you basically are forced to take shots no matter how good you are. But if somebody figures out like how to aimbot or how to like get a gun that one taps people or anything else and just run through your whole ship, it'll be interesting. I'm fucking stuck.
Do these elevators work?
There we go.
hey Alan, I was gonna ask, I know you said you had to be off by like 1:30. Do you think we'll still have time to do a run, or did you want to do that tomorrow?
Uh, Probably do it tomorrow.
Yeah, no worries. Because I was thinking about it, and I was like, you know what? Like, I don't want us to feel rushed. You know, with three guys, it was okay. The profitability was okay with the other guy, and that was fun. But if you ever want to just do like just like purely just to make money, this we could probably run a 2-man, or we could do a 3-man once I get the reclaimer.
I mean, if y'all want to use a reclaimer, I mean, I still got 3 of them right now. I'll eventually swap them out, but
Yeah, I mean, um, sure would be down for that. I mean, I feel like if you brought out your reclaimer, we could definitely run like comfortably run a 3-man. It's because we were playing with somebody else yesterday and it was fun. Like we still made money, but with the vulture, it's tough to like make enough money for three
yeah.
people. Like I think our poll. I mean, albeit I still have like 6 boxes of construction materials to sell, which isn't much.
You'd probably
But
have to have 3 vultures if you were all running in a group of 3.
no,
Cause
but like the thing was like for like to shoot down bounties, like like they shoot down the bounties and I like, salvage them. When me and Alan did that, just the two of us, I think it was okay money. I forgot exactly how much we made. I think it was like around like 250 or something. But
hmm,
yesterday it was like 170.
Where do you take the cargo at this place? Reclamation yard. I thought it was these things, but I don't see any fucking terminal.
Are you holding onto your reclaimers as like a trade up towards like a capital or
well, originally the idea was if we had a small group for the org, we could produce enough money to just buy ships in game. And then now they're kind of trade ups because I could never get enough people to run them. I'm always running like one solo, or the guy that I try to help me salvage has his own reclaimer and doesn't want to like do anything. So it's like it's kind of a
There
pain.
it is.
It makes the most money out of anything that I've seen in game, but like in the future, I'm not going to be able to just hop in a reclaimer and like and do that when I'm trying to manage everything else either. Even though I like salvage a little bit, so I might try to keep one, but right now, we're getting another Carrack and we're getting 2 Perseus and a Polaris is the idea. So that we can
yeah.
have groups of ships that are able to, do different gameplay loops and then together they'll form like one more cohesive. So like the military like escort like ships that'll escort and do like bounties and stuff, we got the Polaris and 2 Perseus. So you're going to be able to do most of those kind of missions, and then when the fleet's moving around, those are like if a capital ship shows up, they're going to be dealing with it while we try to land on the ground and get stuff set up. It's because we can't challenge like a javelin or something in space combat with some tiny ass ships. It probably isn't going to go well. But
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, but everything's gonna need money, and so like I like the idea of like because like I don't feel like we need to land on a planet all the time. So like if you had two reclaimers and like a Kraken, just go around getting salvage. You had like 400 SCU of salvage. Um, that's a shit ton of money. Like,
Yeah, but I was gonna say, I know you had three reclaimers and you're talking about using it as a group, but I'm pretty sure at least we had it happen with me and Alan where so even it doesn't matter like if you were in the party or not or like whose ship it was. I think the only person who will be able to like actually, sell the loot from them would
mm,
be you because it's your ship. So I feel like you would definitely have to have like everybody like load it into their cargo elevators and then load it back to you. That would be like the only caveat.
yeah, maybe until they get like org systems and stuff in, probably. But Grimhex is supposed to sell stolen items as well. So like that's why I always go to Grimhex. I never really mess with the other places, but the when I was doing the three reclaimer thing, basically what it was instead of going out and salvaging and putting all your shit on there and then carrying it back and dealing with all the unloading, we were just going loading the stuff up, and I was opening the hangar multiple times, and then we're just storing all the reclaimers together and getting the AI to unload it in the station. And
Yeah.
that's basically what was going on. And then like while one reclaimer's unloading, you just take another reclaimer and go out. But yeah, the last time I got all three of them crewed, the guys that were helping me ended up being pirates, and they took everything. So
Uh,
yeah, it's kind of yeah. I mean, the animations in the ships are so long that there's if someone wants to kill you, they're gonna kill you. But
Yeah.
yeah.
yeah, it's
Cool. So,
but
or go ahead. Yeah.
well, like I don't know if you necessarily need three salvage ships like in the future anyway, because like it can already carry like you can get like a million plus and it just like fill in the normal cargo grids, but there's so much space in that ship that you can stack tons of boxes if you don't care about cargo grid space. And
Yeah.
the injection port in the back, like as long as you have cargo ships to move it and store it in something else, you don't really need to worry about like RMs. Like the RMC is probably the biggest deal if you're gonna like scrape holes. That's where you need like a bunch of reclaimers, but I just I think just having
Well,
one would be fine.
yeah, I think one reclaimer is more than enough. But hey, Alan, since we're gonna do the bounty stuff tomorrow, I might just get off right now so we can spend some little time with my girlfriend. But I'll be on tomorrow for sure, and we can just do the run through the HRTs and salvage them. I think when IAE comes out next or like what 2 weeks from now, I think I'll end up picking up a reclaimer so we could just you can just park your ship, hop in the reclaimer, and I think we'll be able to make a little bit more like that.
Yeah.
But cool. All right, well, good luck tomorrow, Alan. And later, Marlex.
I'll see you, man.
Yeah. Okay, so we can sell that.
Yeah.
Can we sell RMC?
But yeah, the reclaimer makes good money. It's just I don't know when they'll nerf it eventually. I mean I would think so, but like even then it's like you got ships that are I don't even know like millions. Like you buy a ship that's like 40 million AUC or whatever. How do you not make a lot of money salvaging that? It's
Yeah.
kind of but I think for the work stuff though, it's just having one ship and then letting people that want to do that just do it and grow it themselves, I think is just going to be better because I would like to be like the thing is like I could get a salvage ship. Like so y'all get a salvage ship, I get a salvage ship, whoever else who likes salvage gets a salvage ship, and then we can all make a lot of money doing salvage, but you still have to have like a source of salvage material, and
Yeah.
the missions are probably the best thing. So it's not only like how fast can you salvage, it's how fast can you kill the mission. So like in the ERT when the Perseus comes out, that's probably going to shred the hammerheads and stuff with ERTs, and then you'd have salvage ships come in. So it's just how fast, like one salvage ship could crunch those ships and dump everything out pretty quick. But like 3 of them, you could just crunch and dump them all like 3 times as much all at the same time. And but then you'd have to have cargo ships load everything, otherwise you're gonna get backed up in salvage, and then so it's a money machine, but
potentially
the logistics, man. And then military like ships are gonna need material and stuff anyway, because like the Perseus needs ballistic ammo, it's gonna need repairs. So like even us, like we're gonna have to have a source of income to keep running. And like salvage is something you can do all the time. Like the repair ships and refueling and stuff that we could potentially do on our ships is like, that's kind of like, you don't know, that's hit or miss if someone's gonna use you for repair or not, besides like work people.
Yeah. That 8 SCU of Ultratoxin is 45k.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
And the Weevil eggs was 785k.
That's all we've been taking off of the ships the other day. But there's usually well, that and Quantanium was like the only things that really popped up.
Yeah.
There's these drug missions that I was doing though, where there's a ton of like regular just boxes of drugs, and I kind of wonder if we can find a way to sell those, because there's so many. Like I'll go into the bunker and it's like destroy 144 boxes, and I'll destroy all those, and there'll still be like 400 boxes in there with like drugs and weevil eggs and shit on them. I like these pants. Holy shit. I don't really care about the Artimax armor, but these pants are legit. Let me just see. I think it's a light armor, probably. Medium armor. Damn.
Alright. I'll send you each 200,000. I'll figure out what the rest is when I sell the rest of the cargo.
Medium armor. I'm not really super worried about money for the most part. I'm just trying to get everyone who needs money who starts in Star Citizen some stuff, so they can like get a ship that they want and not have to spend a bunch of money.
Yeah.
Yeah, because like if we get enough people piled together, like even like the Reclaimer, like he wants a Reclaimer, I would assume if we got like 20 guys together and we all had the game plan, like when the game comes out, we could probably earn a Reclaimer pretty quick. I feel like that's what's going to happen, because like even the Kraken, for instance, like if you have 20 guys, 50 guys, you could probably earn enough money in like a week or so to like buy most of these big ships, I would assume. Like that's a lot of money if you pulled everything together. The only reason like I'm buying ships is specifically because I know how hard it is to build an organization in MMOs, and offering like that utility is going to be good. So it's like, oh, y'all got vultures, well, y'all can load them up on the Kraken and salvage, and we'll help you out and do repairs and shit, keep you in the field longer. But it's like
online. Launch
it's
complete. Landing gear up.
oh, a lot of that stuff's gonna be interesting. Also, like Pyro is probably gonna have a lot of money in it. That's why I'm like just having one ship and Stanton in the future. I feel like the money value is going to be way less than it is in Pyro because of the low risk.
Yeah. I think that once there's crafting and everything, you start to see player economy, and that's going to change a lot of stuff.
Yeah. Are y'all gonna try to do any crafting, or y'all just
I'm interested in base building and ship building, so.
Gotcha. Yeah. You still
That's what
gonna
I'm
get the
looking.
Pioneer?
I'm not sure. Probably not. I'll probably just have to get it in game eventually.
Yeah. I went back and forth on it over and over because I was like, man, it seems like such a good ship to have, but like the PvP element of it is what, like in safe zones and stuff, it'd be really good. It'd be really great.
Yeah.
But like you have to buy the land claims. I don't know how much that's gonna cost, and then in Pyro and stuff, it's just like I don't like unless unless the server count stays low and the players are spread out enough to where they can't find you. Oh, that's a big target, and it's
Yeah.
and like extra large buildings. They act like extra large buildings are gonna take like weeks or something to build, you know. So it's gonna. I feel like it's gonna be like a city, like it's gonna be like a distribution center size thing if you do an extra large building.
Yeah.
So
I'm okay with that.
yeah,
I hope that's what it is, because, it should be worthwhile.
well, I'm saying it's more permanent. Like, it's like you set up a factory or something. You're probably gonna be there a while if you do extra large buildings.
Yeah.
Whereas like my stuff, I'm focusing on the smaller buildings. Like I want to be able to build a small temporary settlement, mine all the resources out, and just keep moving.
I'm looking at doing the Star Lancer build,
Oh yeah, large
and
buildings.
then load up the the little truck, to do the medium and small buildings.
Yeah,
That should be pretty good.
that's what I'm on the fence about the small truck or not. But like when the anvil thing comes out, I'm snatching an anvil one if they actually do it. The little construction trailer for the large buildings. I think that's what's going to build those little towers.
I think that's what they've previewed.
Yeah.
Quantum drive is now on.
Well,
Quantum
I
drive
wouldn't mind
is
having
now
some medium
on.
ones though. I would stick them in the carracks probably. I'd put like one in the front of each carrack, and then you just land and like build a little medium base.
yeah.
But that's why like I don't know, everyone I've talked about with the fleet, they've always like challenged kind of what my thought process was, but I feel like it's working out pretty well. Like everyone told me like get a hammerhead instead of two carracks or whatever. And then like I was perfectly fine with just having one carrack, and then I was gonna earn one in game, but then I was like fuck it. But
That one.
like to me like two carracks is more utility than a hammerhead. And then when it comes to base building, they're exploration ships, so they're gonna be able to find those resources and stuff on the ground probably.
Yeah.
So it makes more sense to me to have like a smaller thing that can kind of do some fighter support. But if y'all got like a Pioneer, the main thing is if I can convince Alpha and all of them to come over, we'd have a decent sized group. I'd still need to find more people, but um, basically like we could land, set up like the small little refineries and stuff, start piling the resources on the Kraken and all that, and then try to escort the Pioneer, like send the Polaris and stuff, escort the Pioneer over, and then y'all could
Yeah.
build y'all's big base or whatever. Like and then we funnel all the resources into the big base, and I can move on and do some more stuff or build some more small stuff on one planet. Depends on how long you'll want to stay on a planet. I want to see every planet in the game. That's part of the reason why I don't really care about the big base building as much, is because I want to go everywhere. And I want to go like in Vandal space as deep as I can. And I picture the Pioneer like coming behind, and if it's like the only ship that I have, it would be hard for me to get it through. But like if you have an escort fleet, it'll be all right. Maybe.
Yeah. Well, I want to definitely explore all the planets, and I'm more trying to build for other people.
Yeah.
So
It's gonna be good. I just want to know what all the extra large buildings are. Like building a space station by itself is already kind of crazy.
yeah, the station looks really cool too.
Yeah. And it's a ship dock, or it can build a ship dock, but I don't know how many resources they're talking about there, because like I think they time lapsed it, but like they build that supply thing in space and then you build the other stuff. But what no one really talked about was that like they showed it above a planet, like I've always wanted to do one above, like around a planet. But my original idea was endeavors and a kraken and stuff together so you could move it around. And I still
Yeah,
think that would still be a good plan, I think, to like have those if you wanted a space station, and then you could just move them whenever you want when someone finds you. But with the Pioneer, like they didn't say anything about building space stations in space, and I would assume they would be able to, because we have like Crew L1 and stuff. So being able to build those anywhere is probably the biggest benefit, but
yeah.
you'd have to be able to get the materials to the location. So
Also, if you can build in the middle of nowhere, then who's gonna find you?
yeah, I'm 50-50 on it, because like part of me is like, yeah, that should be safe, but then the other part of me is like, there are people that, especially in games
Please
like
proceed
this,
to
like
assigned
there's
landing
people that'll
bay.
infiltrate your org just to figure out where shit is to fuck with you. There's people that will just spend all day long looking for a base to find to raid. Like,
Yeah,
I don't
I
know.
mean, never gonna avoid that, but
And then we have
at
what
least make
the
it
data
difficult.
what's it called, the data heist or whatever. Like it,
Data running, yeah,
yeah, like in the future, I don't know exactly what that means, but if it's like if someone saves the location of your space station or they have it pinpointed and someone can steal that, that would be an issue as well. So it's
yeah,
like, or just following you. Like people have to go back to your space station. Someone's gonna talk at some point. You're gonna be like, yeah, we got a space station over here. Come over here and we'll show you around, or like, hey, like come back to the space station and we can show you like some loot you can buy. And then like word gets out eventually, I would assume.
yeah.
Or like the Endeavor with the telescope array in the future, that's probably going to be something it's going to be doing, is like just searching around for shit in space and be like, oh, there's a signal over here.
Yeah.
But I'm already iffy on the some of that stuff, because they had that the shield tech system that they were talking about, where like orgs can get immunity for like earning resources, which I kind of understand, but
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
unless it's like really hard to maintain, like I feel like mega orgs are going to just have 100% immune bases. You're not going to be able to do anything. I'm hoping it's only for space stations though, but I have to rewatch it. If it's talking about ground bases, that's going to suck.
Well, they were talking about a shield that you have to turn off by going in on foot or on the ground.
Yeah,
You can't just bomb a base
but that's
with an
all
A2.
bases, I think, though. Like planetary shield tech is supposed to be all ground bases. That token thing, whatever they're talking about, that special shield thing, they said is like basically immunity for like a week, and you have to put a bid in every single week. But I don't know if it's only for space stations or if it is for ground bases too. If it's ground bases, I feel like it's too overpowered. But
Yeah,
space station alone is going to be hard. It's just like if the ground bases aren't protected, you might be able to disrupt their supply lines enough to where they can't afford the token the next week, but that's still a lot of work.
Yeah.
It's only going to take like Griefernet or a pirate org taking one of those to be a problem. They're just going to start stealing shit from everybody. I want to find something to do with these pants. These pants look good. Medium armor. God, some of the heavy on this game just looks ridiculous. Like, I even have a hard time with, like, medical. Like, I was super focused on, like, high tier, tier 3 medical for a long time. Or tier 1 medical. And, like,
Yeah.
is either you have an Apollo or you have an Endeavor. And then it's like, the Endeavor can't land on a planet. So, you either stick it really far in space where no one finds it and leave it alone, or you gotta defend it, which is kind of a problem. And if you have an Apollo, it's on your ship taking up space, and then you end up getting one tapped by something.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. I kind of hope that finding 7 space is going to be more difficult than it seems, but I mean that's a lot of places you can park in space. But
Dr. Bolin, you're needed in recovery.
oh, but you'd have to have a crew on the Endeavor like all the time.
Well, you also have to be able to make your own markers.
Yeah.
Which is not currently possible. Otherwise, you'll never find your station or your ship again.
Yeah. Well, it's like, I guess stations aren't going to despawn, but like they're wanting player like ships and stuff to despawn. They wanted it persistent a while back, but like,
well, they said the capital ships won't despawn.
See,
or that's what I read. I don't know if they've gone back on that since, but
I don't know. The capital ship's the biggest question with the despawning because they're so big, you know. And it's like the last thing I heard is they said if someone's on it, it would stay on, but if like everyone left, then it would despawn. But it's just so many questions because like you could leave like a Kraken and then it despawns and you're stuck out in space by yourself. You can't do anything. You know, it's that's the one benefit of like base building that I think I like is that you build a space station or a ground base, it'll be there and people can use it. But I'm hoping you can build a tier 1 medbed on a planet. Just land and build a medical station.
I'm sure you'd have to be able to.
Yeah. This is going to be an
But
extra large building.
Size,
Yeah.
what size building you're gonna have to have?
If you can make a small one, that would be good. But I mean, I'm sure it's going to be like large or extra large. I don't know.
Real expensive.
Yeah.
They have to balance it somehow.
It looks like you're like, I don't know. The talk they had on base building like a long time ago is like, you have, when the Pioneer was like first concept, it was basically that you would have like the hab area that the Pioneer would build, and then there'd be additions that you could buy and like carry with you and add it onto your stuff. So like solar panels and stuff would be additions, but they wouldn't be like the hab. But now they're acting like they're gonna craft everything. But I still don't know if the addition thing still applies. Like, do we have to buy, like, you build a hospital, but like, do you have to carry all the medical beds and shit with you, and then stick them in the hospital?
Oh, so the Pioneer has the crafting also.
Yeah.
So you'll build the base, and then you'll put the stuff into it. So the rooms will be empty. So you'll either have to bring the equipment and the furniture with you, or craft it on site and put it in. So you at least need to bring a crafting station with you, whatever that is.
Yeah,
you
the
know,
fabricators. It's
fabricators
And we don't know
or
what size you can
manufacturers
get
or
either,
whatever.
because they showed
So
some different size fabricators, but who knows what they're going to be able to build. And getting the blueprints for it, like you're probably going to have someone go all the way down the blueprint medical tree for like a tier 1 bed blueprint. I
yeah,
mean, God, there's just too many
it'll
questions.
be interesting for sure. So
Yeah. Part of me is just like, I wouldn't mind getting an Endeavor just to sit on it because I know the price is going to go up. Part of me is also just like, if you have all the good shit, why play the game after that? That's just,
yeah,
I want to earn something. It's the same debate I've had with like the Anvil capital ship because I'm a kind of Anvil fan, and like
yeah,
I would prefer one of those more than a Kraken. But to me, like the Kraken's more, it's flexible, so I'm hoping it's going to be able to handle itself decently and make some money, and then you can just build or craft
well,
an
they have
Anvil ship.
the privateer supposed to have a bunch of shops in it.
Yeah, I just don't know if it's worth it. I just, because the privateer, like, it gives up a lot of cargo space for the shops. I think it'd be nice, but I also like, I have the like really old original Banu Merchantman pledge. So
Oh
it,
yeah,
it kind of has shops already. My original thought process was the space station thing I wanted to build was going to be like you'd have a medical Endeavor, a Banu Merchantman, and like a Kraken. So you'd have like fuel repair, shops, medical respawning, and you could move them all together.
yeah,
But right now I'm thinking, maybe like if you had a Pioneer and you set up a factory or something on a planet, then the Kraken could collect all the materials, move everything over to the refinery and stuff. You produce the things, put them on the Banu Merchantman, and then you would send it off and sell things. Like you would have like this week we collect stuff, this week we fight and move like planets, this week we go and we like produce everything, and then like another week we go and we sell everything.
yeah,
And you could kind of segment an org because like the Banu Merchantman's supposed to be fairly capable by itself, but the Banu defenders, it has one Banu defender to fit in that in that bay. But like I've told people for a while, is like the Banu defender has really good fuel capacity. So I feel like what's going to happen is you want a fleet of Banu defenders just flying and
yeah,
rotating in and out of that bay while you're moving.
right,
And but to do that, you would need a bunch of org members to pilot Banu defenders, which is kind of
yeah. Right. I gotta log off. I gotta get up early tomorrow.
All right, I'll see you, man.
I'll see you later.
Infiltrate interplanetary craft. Your systems are online.
You are clear to launch.
Engines online. Quantum fuel is at 100%. Launch.
Thank you, and please visit again.
Quantum drive is now on. Quantum drive is now off. Quantum drive is now on.
The election itself is going very well. We're leading a magnificent 7 straight seats. So, I appreciate everybody's work, and the spirit is unbelievable. I don't think there's ever.
Watch me. Watch me turn, drift, and fly. With the gas pedal underfoot, I can make grown men cry. My very first race changed everything in a flash. But heroes whisked me away and healed wounds from the crash. 900 horses may be too much for some to take. Put me behind the wheel, and I'll see you in victory lane. Watch me. Life-saving pediatric burn care at Shriners Children's. The most amazing care anywhere.
We have already discussed how the trauma of the First World War and the turbulent interwar years led various political and ideological movements of the time to incorporate anti-Semitism in their ideologies and policies. This reached a peak with the rise of Nazism in Germany and with the formulation of the Nazi ideology. A dominant force in the development of Nazi ideology was Adolf Hitler. Born in a small town in Austria in 1889 to a family of minor landowners, Hitler moved to Munich in 1913. When World War I broke out the following year, he joined the German army, serving in France and in Belgium. He was promoted to the rank of Lance Corporal. After the war, Hitler returned to Munich. Like many others in the German sphere, he was embittered and humiliated by Germany's defeat in World War I and was further outraged by the terms of the Versailles Treaty. He soon joined the small and marginal anti-Semitic German Workers' Party that changed its name in 1920 to the National Socialist German Workers' Party, or the Nazi Party for short. It is within the ranks of the party that he found a political home among others who despised Germany's democratic Weimar government and who blamed Marxists and Jews for the country's problems. Hitler was quickly recognized as an extraordinary and charismatic public speaker, and in 1921 became his party's all-powerful chairman. By 1923, the Nazi Party swelled to an estimated 56,000 members. As mentioned, the first years of the Weimar Republic were difficult and tumultuous. Under the leadership of a social democratic government, the Republic faced an economic crisis, which stemmed from the immense expenditures of war, the damage to industrial production capacity, the transition from a war economy to a peace economy, and the high level of reparations that Germany was forced to pay under the Versailles Treaty. This was accompanied by extreme anti-republicanism, which brought about a wave of political assassinations. In November 1923, at a time when the economic crisis in the Republic had reached a peak, with extreme unemployment and unprecedented heightened inflation, Hitler and his fellow party members attempted to seize control of Germany, beginning with the takeover of the Bavarian government in Munich. The armed revolt, known as the Beer Hall Putsch, failed. Caught and tried for treason, Hitler was sentenced to 5 years in jail, though he only served 9 months. During this time, he was imprisoned in very comfortable conditions. He had a private room in which he received his many guests, got regular deliveries of newspapers and books, and was surrounded by his personal assistant and friends. Most of his time in prison was dedicated to the composing of Mein Kampf, My Struggle, his political autobiography, in which he outlined his vision for a new future for Germany and the main principles of Nazi ideology or worldview. These continued to be formulated in the following years by Hitler himself and by other central figures in the Nazi Party. What then were the main principles of the Nazi ideology?
Nazi ideology was a worldview that claimed to explain everything about the world and how it functions. At its core, the ideology was racial and biological, totalitarian and imperialistic. Nazi ideology viewed the world as divided into races, with superior and inferior races. And of course, the Aryan race, the so-called Aryan race, was the superior race to which the Nazis attributed all positive developments in humanity, in arts, in science, in technology, and so on. And all the other races of humanity fit into the racial hierarchy in various rungs beneath the so-called Aryan race. For example, the Latin race, the French, the Italians, and so on, were one rung below the Aryan race, who could appreciate culture, but do not create culture in the arts and science and so on. Within this view, the Jews were viewed as a kind of anti-race, an inhuman race of some sort, a creature of some sort that existed in human form. And the Jews were by nature evil and destructive. It was by no accident that the Nazis viewed the Jews in their ideology as a kind of microbe on the one hand, or as the devil incarnate on the other. In other words, some kind of inhuman creature with supernatural powers that could destroy everything that the Aryan race and other people had built in this world. Where did the Nazis get these ideas from? Clearly, they didn't invent anything that they argued. The Nazis drew their ideas from earlier beliefs, and particularly from developments in 19th century research in the sciences and the social sciences, and the development of modern racism and the development of modern anti-Semitism. What the Nazis did was bring all of this together into one cohesive ideology that was setting out to explain everything. And from that ideology, they argued that the Aryan race has the natural right to rule, and as such, various policies derive from that natural right to rule. For example, the Nazis argued that they had a right to expand eastward into the territories of the lesser, subhuman Slavic peoples, as they argued, because they argued falsely that Germany was the most crowded nation on earth, and therefore, because they were superior and had the right to rule, they could expand into the territory that was unfairly peopled by subhumans. They also, because of their ideology, developed other policies. For example, the policy during the course of World War II, known as T4, or as the euthanasia program, through which they murdered some 200,000 or more mentally handicapped and some physically handicapped Germans, most of them Aryans, but from a Nazi point of view, defective Aryans who didn't contribute to society. Nazi ideology then set out, as other ideologies developed in the same period of the late 19th century and the 20th century, they set out to develop, as they saw it, a perfect world. And they claimed to have that recipe to develop a perfect world. Such utopian ideas tend to develop worlds that are full of destruction. Nazi policymaking then was the introduction, the newness that the Nazis brought to this world. Not the specific ideas that they brought together from the 19th century, but rather making those ideas, coalescing them into one distinct worldview to explain how the world functions and how it ought to function, and then turning that ideology into the engine for policymaking, first of all for Germany, and ultimately for all the world. And within that policymaking, a special place was set aside for the Jews. The Jews, who constituted the greatest threat to the world because of their destructive nature and because of their immutable nature, they cannot change. And hence Nazi policymaking regarding the Jews, which stood at the heart of Nazi ideology, also ultimately was part of what stood at the heart of Nazi policymaking and led in the end to the final solution. Nazi totalitarian thinking was on two levels. First of all, that there is no equality among nations or races. Clearly, the Aryan race needs to rule and the German people need to rule. But at the same time, Nazi totalitarianism was internal.
Hi. Welcome.
How was that nation and how were those people going to be ruled within Germany and within the Aryan race? It was going to be through what developed in Nazi ideology as the Führerprinzip, the principle that the Führer, the leader, Hitler, embodies the will of the nation, the will of the race, and as such, to argue against what he says, to argue against what he determines as policy, is to argue against the race and is therefore unacceptable. And as such, totalitarian rule, and no other kind of rule, was the only way to go.
Nature and biology are very important in this worldview because according to nature and their interpretation of nature, there is a hierarchy in nature. And this stands versus the main idea of this era as they perceived it, and that is equality. Equality emerged with the Enlightenment, was implemented with the French Revolution, and Nazism stood opposite to that idea. Now, where comes equality from? Equality, which we find in socialism, in communism, in capitalism, in democracy, comes from the Enlightenment. Enlightenment emerged from Christianity. Christianity emerged from Judaism. So we are coming back. Jews are at the origin of the idea of equality. Therefore, everything, Marxism and capitalism, are Jewish. And it is wrong to think that they are opposites. Right? They stand versus the natural principle of hierarchy. And Nazism is representing this principle of nature, and therefore society should be ordered also according to the Führerprinzip, and nations should be ordered according to their place on the ladder of nature, and Jews are actually outside this ladder.
You are clear to launch.
Does that mean that you want to change some capabilities that would lead to so much death and destruction and even financial destruction? So, Russian which is
Landing gear up.
first combination president, vice president, SG, I often say George Bush because his administration might compare ourselves to Hollywood. After Kamala endorsed defunding the police, she bailed out
Thank you,
rioters,
and please visit again.
go right out of jail, where the violent crimes in the United States were considered. So the universe was burning down. Even the ones who CNN and exorcists show nothing but show that the entire skyline was burning. I didn't see that. That's the fake news. Violent crime in the United States is up 37%. All of these different crimes are up anywhere from 37 to 105
drive is now
And I do
off.
another thing. I say, and I wouldn't do that again. Because I'm a nice person. I don't want to hurt somebody. I say, give me a letter. You know what that means? Give me a letter. I said, look, it's not working out. You're not the guy for me. Give me a letter of resignations. I say, give me a letter. Everyone knows what that means. So a guy will write a letter to you, and then he'll say he quit. And that's okay. That's what I'm, the problem is when that happens with me, it's always a big story. So and so quits. Virtually every person that gave me a letter, I said, give me a letter. Virtually every person that quit, they only quit because I said, essentially, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. But I want to be nice because I'm not looking to fire somebody publicly. I wouldn't do that anymore. I'm just going to say, if somebody doesn't work out, then no matter how good you are, you always have people that don't work out. It's interesting. Sometimes people, you think they're okay, maybe not so great, they turn out to be great. And sometimes you say, this guy is going to be phenomenal, and he turns out to be a stiff. But I had some people that were, like a guy like John Bull. A friend of mine calls me after I put him on. He said, don't hire that guy. He's no good. He's bad news. He's dumb as a rock and all that stuff. I said, it's a problem, but I like him for a different reason. He's the one that got Bush, him and Cheney and a couple of other of these lunatics. They got them to go into the Middle East and to create war in the Middle East to spend $9 trillion. Remember, I used to say, don't go into Iraq, but if you do go in, keep the oil. Well, they went in, they didn't keep the oil, they didn't keep it. Iraq is a massive oil country. They have $400 billion right now. But I said, don't go in. But I said it as a
Quantum
civilian.
drive is
Somebody
now
went to him
on.
because I got it from whatever reason.
Quantum
I got a
drive is now
disproportionate amount of
off.
publicity. And someday he's going to explain to me why. Will you explain that to me? So even as a civilian, sort of, before I ran, but I'd be very much, involved with things and statements that call and ask. But I said, don't go in. They went in. It was such a bad decision. So Bolton, see again, you get back. Bolton, a real dope. But I thought he'd be great because he was so smooth. He was like a boiler. Every time, if somebody shot down a little tiny crappy drone that cost about $15, you'd want to go to war with Russia. I said, no, I think he was great for me, though, for a period of time because he was a nut job. And everybody, I could see his face get red with that stupid white mustache. And he'd be ready to explode. And this was good for me. I went to Kim Jong-un in North Korea. I took this moron with me. And he never said anything. But when Kim Jong-un saw him, he said, oh shit, I think the guy wants to go to war. So he was great for me to negotiate with. The same thing with Russia. When Putin saw him, I'd be very nice. I'd say, hi, Vladimir, how you doing? And then Putin would say, 2 rows back, and I'd see that moron, and I'd say, holy shit, this guy wants to go to war with me. And I got a lot of what I wanted. We killed, as you know,
Landing
in
gear.
Nord Stream 2. I killed Nord Stream 2. That's the other thing. Their PR sense, their political sense, very interesting. They love to say that I was a friend of Russia. I worked for Russia. I was a Russian spy. These people are saying the biggest job Russia ever had is Nord Stream 2. This is the biggest pipeline like in the world. It goes from Russia to Germany and all over Europe.
drive is now off.
Whenever I'm president, I do something with that guy. That guy got treated very badly, Scooter Libby. And when I became president, I actually called Dick Cheney.
Quantum drive is now on.
Scooter Libby. He was best friends. He was begging Bush to give Scooter Libby a pardon, but Bush didn't have the courage to do it. You know, it takes courage to give a pardon. It does take a certain courage because the
Quantum drive is now off.
and he didn't have the courage to give. He should have given him a pardon, but he didn't have the guts to do it. Scooter and what happened is Dick Cheney, for years, for a long time, hated Bush. And don't let anyone tell you, he hated. He said, "You don't leave your wounded behind," and I understand that. And Scooter Libby really saved Bush because he could have said things that would have been very dangerous for Bush in terms of getting impeached, in terms of going to jail, in terms of bad things happening. But Scooter Libby didn't do that. And in all fairness to Cheney, I give him credit for this. He was very loyal to him, but he couldn't get Bush to do what he should have done. I came into government and I did what they should have done. They didn't have the guts to do it. I did it. And Scooter Libby was pardoned. I gave him a pardon. And I never met Scooter Libby, by the way. Never talked to him before that. And I got a call from Scooter Libby after I did that. And he broke down in tears, thanking me so much. And then Cheney called me, and he said that was so incredible.
Weapons system destroyed.
Because he was really
Weapons system destroyed.
He took a lot of heat,
Engines destroyed.
all of it, and didn't
Launch
say anything
complete.
about Bush or Cheney or anything else. Could have done it, I know, because you have guys that do that, and you have guys that lie, which is worse, right? But you have guys that do that. But he was very loyal to them, and he suffered greatly. I released him. Cheney called me. He said, "It's one of the nicest
Landing
things I've ever
complete.
seen done in
Engines
politics."
offline.
I've heard for years he was treated unfairly. I've heard for years that Bush should have given him a pardon. All I did is do something that somebody else should have done. And Cheney was so good. He said, "I really want to thank you." He said, "Now I'm so glad that I actually endorsed you. It's amazing that you would do this." And I didn't speak to him about it. But then, go a couple of years forward ago now, and Jim Jordan on the committee, and so there'd be like 8 to 7 or something. And he called me on this. He said they didn't want Jim Jordan, who's a fighter. They didn't want Jim Banks, who's a fighter. And so Kevin said, we don't want anybody on the committee. We think this committee's a sham. And I understood that was good for a day. For the 2.5 years, we had nobody to fight for us. In other words, we had a committee. You know who was representing us on the
Quantum drive is now off.
Saudi Arabia, then Russia, and we were going to be not only energy independent within 6 months, we were going to be energy dominant. We started off at number 4, but when I left, 4 years later, we were number 1. We were much better and bigger than Russia or Saudi Arabia. Think of that. But we were going to be triple the size of both. And we were going to supply into Europe. We were going to supply into Asia. All over the world, we were going to supply. We would have made a fortune. But then we had a little mishap with the election where I got more votes than any sitting president in the history of our country. You do know that. More than any sitting president. The only one that supposedly got more votes, and I wouldn't believe it, was Sleepy Joe Biden, who campaigned brilliantly from his base.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
People had no interest in this guy, but he got more votes than anybody in the history of the United States of America. So anyway, so bad things happen. But we had something going that nobody had. I mean, we had an unbelievably successful administration. I also put in some people that, in retrospect, I wouldn't have used. But I had to rely on other people for recommendations. Now I know everybody. I know the dumb ones, the smart ones, the weak ones, the strong ones. I know. I think I know everybody, and I've got people that I think will be great. With that being said, you pick people, and sometimes they disappoint you. Everybody knows that. And then you pick people, and sometimes they turn out to be better than you thought. But for the most part, I tell you what, I think we have some incredible people in Washington. We really do. We have some great people.
Landing gear down.
For the most
Please
part.
proceed to assigned landing bay.
Engines offline.
You think Bobby Kennedy and Elon Musk will be influential figures, without being specific about what those roles will be in your administration? Yeah, I do. I think so. Look, Bobby, let's talk to him from Elon. So, you know where he is right now? He's in Pennsylvania campaigning for me. Elon, that rocket ship, right? No, it's so great. He dunked that big monster, 22 stories. I thought the sucker
I'm sorry. Due to inactivity, we have been forced to assign your landing zone to another customer.
Thousands of things like that. Not as much, and in some cases much more. Building an aircraft carrier material for, think of it like a tall electric fence for a foreign atomic weapon. And it doesn't work because they decided to use electric catapults that throw termites off instead of steel. They decided to go electric. Why had they people that wouldn't want electric? By the way, I did the electric mandate on cars day one. You should have electric, but you gotta have gasoline. You gotta have everything. That'll come off on day one. Many things will be done on day one. Your head will spin when you see what's gonna happen. This stupidity. But what I like about Elon, Elon's a great cost cutter. And Elon thinks he can cut the costs of our government by $2 trillion. That's the entire deficit, because it's now at a level. By the way, we have the biggest deficit we've ever had under this stupid bill. But he thinks he can cut $2 trillion without affecting anybody, just through. And I think he can do that. I do. I believe that. And that's really what he wants to do. He doesn't want to work. He doesn't want to become a secretary of something. I mean, I'd love to have him, to be honest with you. But he doesn't want to. He's doing a couple of other things, like rocket ships. He says, Tucker, he says 92% of the rockets that go up are his rockets. Think of that. Russia, China, and us, 92% are him.
Welcome.
And he's the only one. I asked him. I said, you're the only one that can do that. He's the only one that can land it like that. And he said it'll be years before they can do it. He's a great guy. He wants to cut costs. That's what he wants to do. He wants to save the country. He said that if Trump doesn't get elected, the country is finished. Because, he understands me. And I got to know him a little bit in the White House, but much more so over the last few months. He endorsed me. He gave me an endorsement that was so beautiful. He said, if Trump doesn't win, I think this country is finished. He's worried about the country. He's worried about it. He thinks he can save $2 trillion, in which case we don't have a deficit. The whole thing would be $2 trillion a year, by the way. A year. And I will definitely know Bobby is great. The only thing I'm a little bit worried about with Bobby, so I want him to work on health. And I think there's nobody like it. I think he's right with so much of the things he's talking about. Because, we're not a healthy country. If you look at some of the countries in Europe, they're much more healthy than us. We're a rich country. We got to get rid of a little debt, but that's okay. I've typically been very good at that. I've been very proficient at that. I've had it both ways. I've had a lot of debt and I've had very little debt. And as you get older, having very little debt is much better, believe me. But you know what? He is.
I think you're going to be happy with that.
Pesticides and all the different things. I said he can do it. He can do anything he wants. He wants to look at vaccines. He wants to do everything. I think it's great. I think it's great. The only thing I say to Bobby is leave the liquid gold under our feet alone. We want to have a little gasoline. Because you know what I'm going to do? We're going to unleash much of that. And we're going to, Germany tried to go all green
Welcome to the ASOC Vehicle Retrieval System.
This isn't a normal situation. I mean, what the hell time is it? And you go back. This is a monster building. I don't know how many people you have, but you also have a lot of people outside. When we were driving up, there are thousands of people outside. So I was making a round a couple of days ago, and I said something that I've never said. I said, you know, I've been doing this for 9 years, and you've been with me. This is the greatest political movement in history by far. By far. It's MAGA. It's called Make America Great Again. When our, I'm going to be nice to him, when our president, no, when our slightly off, I mean, look at the way he performed in the debate. They should have never taken it away from him. Look at the way he performed. He was brilliant, okay? So, they knew that a long time ago, okay? And she knew that too. And our country's in danger. We're dealing with Kim Jong-un. We're dealing with we're dealing, by the way, with unbelievably smart, talented, vicious people that are at the top of their game. And we're dealing with people that, number one, aren't smart. They never were. They never were. She wasn't. She was a bad student. She couldn't pass her damn law exam. Okay? She wasn't smart. And he was definitely not smart. And we're dealing with other people that are at the
Please visit us
absolute
again.
top.
Goodbye. Welcome
And
to
we
the
can't do that.
ASOC
That's a
Vehicle
great
Retrieval
danger. And
System.
people should have let us know. But I was talking, and I said,
Vehicle selected.
we've been doing this
Stand
together
by.
for 9 years. You know, we love these people. We're the people
Your
that
vehicle
celebrate
has
their
been delivered
It
to the
was like a
following.
sea of
Please visit
red,
us
the
again.
red hat.
Goodbye.
And they said, we've been doing this together for 9 years because, you know, a year before I started, in terms of before we won, almost a year anyway. And I said, you know what? It's sad in a way because there's never been rallies like this. When that sleazebag said during the debate, she said,
You are clear to launch.
Launch complete.
He and I understand the press because you give them a story, you know exactly everything that happened, and they'll write it
Landing
the
gear
opposite, like the
up.
exact opposite. They'll write it to actually hurt you. It's hard to believe. You lost. That's the other thing. You wonder why do they do that? It's so bad, and they've lost such credibility. You know, when I first came to politics, the news press had a 92% approval rating. Yesterday it hit 14%.
Thank you, and please visit again.
And I'm actually very proud of that because I exposed them for being the
Quantum
total
drive
fraud.
is now on.
Hopefully they won't be a fraud for long.
Quantum drive is now
It's
off.
very important. The press, a free press, a real press, is a very important part of greatness, of making a country great. They're almost like thin glue that keeps it together, but they're also like, in a way, a police force that keeps it honest.
Quantum drive is now on.
Please proceed to assigned landing bay.
Landing gear down.
Landing complete. Have a pleasant stay.
Offline. Landing complete.
Just by being here, already taking an important step in the road to peace.
Urgent page for nurse practice. Report to emergency. Meeting is off limits to all staff until further notice. No one going into lounges.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. So, I've been thinking this for the past 8 years, and I've thought it more frequently this year. What motivates you to keep going? Who the hell knows? I don't know. I just want to be with people like this. There's so much love. It's pretty easy. I could have a lot of different. I have a lot of alternatives. It could be in a beautiful beach with the waves hitting me in the face.
Hi, thanks for coming in.
And I've been there, and you get very bored pretty easily. I have one thing in mind. It's called Make America
Smart.
Great Again. That's all I think about. Was there ever a moment? And I don't want to go through the litany, but I was thinking about it today, because we've all, every person in this room has followed this. So,
Nice to see you again.
but if you make a list of all the attacks, some of which are just mind-boggling in their
We just received some exciting new products. Have a look.
being shot, was there ever a moment where you just thought, come on, this is too much?
Welcome back.